Nithyananda, welcoming back all the participants watching us live. We saw about the various offerings to Devi Parashakti, where we saw about how we can offer the golden jewelry to Devi Parashakti, and we are now moving into the offerings to the Guru. So let us begin by looking at the context on the benefits of offering to the Guru. The first we have the verse from the Kularnava Tantra, that chapter 12, verse 12. Na paduka paro manyo na deva shri gurof paraha na hi shaktat paradiksha na punyam kula pujanat.
The meaning of this verse is that there is no mantra higher than Paduka, no God higher than Guru, no initiation higher than Shakti, and no merit higher than Kula worship. So this is from Kularnav Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12. And Padukas are considered very auspicious in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, like Rama's Padukas were used by Bharata for 12 years, and they were used uh, for the whole kingdom, offering to Guru.
We have the next Shastra Pramana, the context on the benefits of offering to the Guru from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. रिक्तहस्तश्च नोपेयात् राजानन्देवतां गुरुं फलपुष्याम्बरादीनि यथा शक्या समर्पयेत् एवं यो न चरदेवी ब्रह्मराक्षसतां व्रजेत्.
The meaning of this verse is one should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. According to his capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. So this is per Kularna Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 120.
We saw about the various context on the benefits of offering to the Guru. So let us now enter into the offerings to the Guru, where we have the two offerings which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us with. So here the first offering, which is the Pratyakshapada Puja. The Pratyakshapada Puja is a beautiful intimate offering where the disciple gets to offer the worship to the feet of the Guru. As told by Sanatananda Maharaj, the feet in Hindu Sanatana Dharma is very, very auspicious, and especially the feet of the Guru, which literally worshipping the feet of the Guru removes the karmas of lifetimes and helps us to move to the space of moksha enlightenment. Here we also have a Shastra Pramana for the offering the Pratyakshapada Puja. The donation amount for the Pratyakshapada Puja is 1008 US dollars. Here we have the Shastra Pramana. Koti Koti Mantra Japat, Koti Tirthavaganat, Koti Devachana Devi, Parashri Paduka Smritihi.
O Devi, remember this Paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. So this is as per the Kularna Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 5. So literally, it's saying that in Bhagavan, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it's just making everything easier for humanity to connect with the higher energies.
So we saw about the Pratyakshapada Puja, and if any of the viewers would like to offer the Pratyakshapada Puja, you can go ahead and you can contact us in the live video on Facebook or YouTube, where the acharyas are available to answer your questions and also guide you on how you can make all these offerings. Just in a few moments, we will also be guiding everyone and walking you through how to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So let us now see the next offering to the Guru, which is the Vastralankara Seva, which is again at 1008 US dollars. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as you can see in the picture, which is here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning the sacred Kashaya Vastra, which is the sacred Kavi cloth, the cloth adorned by sannyasis, and wearing the jewels as described by Bhagavan Paramashiva of how Devi looks in the Vedas and Agamas, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan exactly like how Devi is wearing the jewels in the Vedas and Agamas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning the same jewels. And here we have a chance to offer those jewels to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have a chance to offer the dress and jewels. So if you want to offer the Vastralankar Seva, you can log on to tiny.cc/Devi offerings to make the offering. And of course, you can also message it in the live chat where myself and the other acharyas will be happy to support you on how you can make the offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, with that, we also have the announcement of the next exciting program, which is the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, which is beginning on the 19th of March up till the 19th of February up till the 11th of March 2022. So, after 3 long years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing us with this beautiful program where it is either a 10-day or 21-day program, and to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. So, in the Paramashivoham, you can manifest the deeper experiences of the 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, and power manifestation. So, the 25 states of consciousness, as many of you know, is the permutation combination of the 5 states of consciousness, which is Jagrat, Swapna, Shushupti, Turiya, and Turiyatita. Jagrat, which is the waking state, Swapna, which is the dream state, Shushupti, which is the deep sleep state, Turiya, which is the awakened state, and Turiyatita, which is the highest state, the state of enlightenment. So, and the vertical time zones, as many of you would have attended the webinar last week where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave and expanded on the various different powerful cognitions where we human beings are hardwired to experience not just going to different countries but different lokas themselves. And as Paramashiva says in the Vedas and Agamas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave elaborate explanation on what are the different lokas, who exist in them, and how you can have a chance to visit them and come back. So, if you want to have a chance to explore the deeper dimensions, I'm sure no one else, including NASA, can do this for you. Here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving this opportunity for us to literally travel through space and time and experience the various dimensions and the higher possibilities of our human body. As Paramashiva says in the Vedas Nagamas, this human body is a treasure and it is the most apt body for enlightenment. And of course, the power manifestation, which is the manifestation of the 463 extraordinary Shaktis that Bhagavan Paramashiva has given in the Vedas and Agamas. You would have seen the power manifestation of body scanning in the first segment of this session. So, similar to that, we have literally 463 plus powers which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated and has revealed to this planet Earth, and you have a chance to experience those powers, to experience literally having superpowers and expressing them for the good of humanity and for the benefit of yourself. So, all of you can join this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham.
So beautiful, like Tattva Maharaj explained on all these beautiful points about 25 states of consciousness, vertical time zones, and power manifestation, the ultimate of ultimate. Like I'm a engineer and by education, and we are taught like basic, no matter can never be created and destroyed. And here, when you do materialization, and you are able to materialize things, and when you see that how the materialization happens in your palms and vibhuti comes, it's such a shocking thing. And you're able to create gold dust on others' hands, your hand. So all these concepts, when we experience ourselves versus what is taught in the in the Macaulay's education, and what is real practical benefit of this. When you see the power manifestation, the ultimate, I think when you yourself experience it, and how Bhagavan will break all your self doubt, self denial, all these patterns. And when I was in Nithyananda Yogam, there were so many people who were able to go in the vertical time zones in other lokas and see so many beautiful, distinct images of different lokas. Um, so experiencing that yourself is more different than believing or listening to others. When you and we are so fortunate that Bhagavan is here to grant all these powers. Like only Sri Krishna has done less than 25 people's opening third eye and giving these powers. But His Divine Holiness, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has come here to open eyes of millions of people, and he gives like thousands of people experiencing these third eye powers. And now it's millions going to be with all this explosion of consciousness. So please, please, please don't miss this golden opportunity of 21 days of awakening event, and experience all these 25 states of consciousness. Like I've wasted my entire life in just these 9 states of consciousness, like Maharaj explained, like Sushupti, waking state, and Jagrat, and all that. But we have never experienced the combination of Turiya and Turiyatita. And Bhagavan, how easily with the money, mantra, aushada, how he will prepare your body for all these things. So this would be the best treat for your body, mind, spirit, everything. And just go on this website, put your intention, register immediately, kailasa.org, Paramashivoham. And I've experienced these. That's why I'm sharing this truth.
Yes, so all of us can log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham to register for this grand event which the Supreme Point of Hinduism has blessed us for. And we will now be seeing about how we can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So these are the three main links that you need for offering to Devi Parashakti. The first is the registration form where you can register yourself for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. The second one is for making the online donation, tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make the donation. And the third is the after you make the donation, submitting your names for the puja, submitting the names of yourself and your family members. So let us now have a short walkthrough on how you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So you can begin by going to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi, where you can register for the various sevas. All of us can log on to this website, and this is what you should be seeing on your screen. Intentions for offering. It's a very simple form where you can just enter the name, place of yourself, and which Bhavasamadhi darshan. And after you enter those details, you can then go to the online donation platform, which is tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, where you can begin by choosing the offering that you wish to offer, whether it is the Swarna Mamtika or the golden touring, whatever you would like to offer, you can select it and then select the quantity, how many of that offering that you wish to offer. So once you do this, you can then click on add to cart, and then once you add to cart, you can see the summary of the item that you selected, and once you are satisfied with that, you can click on proceed to checkout, where after that you'll be able to enter the details of your donation, and once you enter all the details, you can click on place order, which will make the donation for you. And after you make the donation, you can next go to the next website, which is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021, where you can enter the names of yourself and your family members in the form, where the names will be chanted in the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita in the eastern headquarters in the Nithyananda Paramashiva Devalayam in front of the deities, and of course, as you are offered, the blessings will be taken from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly. So this is the way through which you can offer your gratitude, offer your devotion in the form of all these offerings to Devi Parashakti. I invite all the viewers to have the blessings of Devi Parashakti. There's a viewer asking on YouTube, how much is the cost of the Paramashivoham Level 3 program? I request you to please contact your center head if you're in the whichever zone you are in. You can contact your center coordinator and they'll guide you on the exact amount for the Paramashivoham, the Guru Dakshina for the Paramashivoham Level 3 program, and you can be guided on how you can make the Guru Dakshina offering and participate in the program. So with that, we come to the end of this session where we saw about all the offerings to Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will now be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Yes. So we welcome each and everyone back into this next segment of the glimpses of the glorious past on the 19th of January. In this segment, if you do not already know, we go through the years and cover the various activities and contributions done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards humanity and in the process of the establishment of the Sri Kailasa nation, which is the very purpose of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So without further ado, we'll be going through the first year of today's segment, which is the year 2002. We can see early pictures of the public life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So a rare and early set of photographs captured when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was invited to deliver a discourse to delegates gathered in the famous Udukatur Mutt in Ulsur, Karnataka, South India, in January 2002, when he was only 24 years of age, even before inaugurating Adi Kailasa in Bangalore, Karnataka. So here we can see the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, only few years after starting his public life, being invited by Hindu leaders and respected Hindu activists in the state of Karnataka in South India. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was invited to talk to the people who gathered for this happening into the Odukatur Mutt in Ulsur, Karnataka. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been very active from his very early days towards the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and in his mission of, again, reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma through the establishment of the Sri Kailasa nation. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being received by the leaders and the respective members of the mutt, and seated on the asana and addressing the crowd and the people who gathered for listening to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see a few more pictures.
Yes, so we are now entering into the 20th of January 2007, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led a group of devotees to the Ardha Kumbh Mela at Allahabad that happened in Jan 2007. While the event started on 3rd Jan and ended on the 26th, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was there with the group between 18th and 25th Jan and participated in the Shahi Snan that was scheduled on the 19th and 23rd of Jan. So if you would have been there in yesterday's session, we would have seen that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had come to the Kumbh Mela in Allahabad, and here is the continuation of that. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blissfully in Allahabad with the thousands of monastic members and devotees of the Nithyananda Sangha and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism enjoying the Shahi Snan. The Shahi Snan is the auspicious time, it's called the royal bath, the exact translation, and it is the time when the exact muhurta, the constellations, and the timings as per the Hindu astrology is perfect when the time when the nectar, when the water of the Ganga river becomes into nectar, and the time when we take the sacred dip in the Ganges river, in the Ganga river. So that is the auspicious celebration of Kumbh Mela, and actually the highlight of Kumbh Mela is the Shahi Snan. And of course, so many other happenings happen in Kumbh Mela, where as it is the place where all the pontiffs of Hinduism meet. So there's a lot of the interfaith talk and interreligious conversations as here also we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in conversation with another Mathadipati, the Sannidhanam, the the pontiff of another Matha, of another kingdom. And so the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, right from the early years of 2007, has been pursuing the grand narrative of having the talks of bringing back the enlightened science, the revival of Hindu Sanatana Dharma. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism enjoying the Kumbh Mela celebration which happened in Allahabad. We can see more pictures of the deities which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally bought all the way from South India to Northern India. If you are in India, you know how hard or how strenuous it is to move the items across the country. And even though these deities weigh almost around in thousands of kgs, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to flaunt the Vedic tradition, to flaunt the traditions of the South, even in the North, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has brought all these deities, the umbrellas, the various procession items which are used traditionally described by Paramashiva in the Vedas and Agamas on how to do the celebrations when the deity has come out. So we can see the various celebrations and celebratory equipment which has been bought by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to celebrate and revive these ancient traditions from the Vedas and Agamas, and to show the people the grandness which is there in Hindu Sanatana Dharma. And of course, we are the religion which has most number of celebrations, as we have 33 crore devatas. And as Ashtosha Maharaj was mentioning earlier in the previous session, 300 days is the celebration, and the rest 65 days is a preparation for the celebration. So here we can see more pictures of the celebration which happened in the Kumbh Mela of 2007.
So entering now into the year of 2009, on the 20th of January, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism going along with the Ananda Ratham in Tamil Nadu while going in procession. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits many devotees' house and blesses them as well. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the year 2009 going along with the Ananda Ratham. So like we just shared regarding the Kumbh Mela, the Ananda Ratham is also another celebration where we take the deities on their chariots and they go across cities for people to have darshan, to connect with the deities and to celebrate the happening of Paramashiva in their life. So here on the picture on the left, we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the first row of the procession. So all the disciples, devotees, followers, and whomever gathered to be part of this procession. We can see the front line picture. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always carries deities along with him. As he was raised with deities, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was trained by his gurus from very, very early, in the early days in his life, and started to relate with the gods and goddesses of Hinduism through the worship and relating to deities from that very, very young age. So this science of experiencing oneness with the ultimate through the deity worship has been deeply ingrained into the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that is one of the main dimension, if not the main dimension, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving along with the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the ritualistic part where you relate with gods and goddesses through various rituals And through that, how the science of living enlightenment is experienced, how your consciousness is raised to higher heights, and the experience of the space of Paramashivoham happens in you, in glimpses, and ultimately fully blossoms, ripens inside of you, and you come back to your original state, which is the state of enlightenment. So something very important. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing just that, and at the same time, as he goes across and then reaches out to people. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism puts a lot of emphasis on reaching out to people. Enriching is one of the biggest dimension of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also shares that this has been one of the biggest blind spots of Hindus in the past hundreds of years. The reaching out to people and enriching people with the sacred sciences available in Sanatana Hindu Dharma did not happen properly, and that is why the Hinduism has lost a lot of ground due to the persecution and the lack of enriching. So naturally, from the very beginning, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has put a lot of focus on enriching and contributing to the people, so that the people realize the importance and how much goodness and auspiciousness Sanatana Hindu Dharma is doing to their lives. So we can see the picture on the right, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting devotees' houses, blessing them, receiving whatever offering the devotees are pouring at the feet of Swamiji. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, again, like mentioned previously, in the process of the revival of Sri Kailasa, the Hindu nation, and through that, Sanatana Hindu Dharma completely, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reaches out to every single one devotee and follower, gives them personal time in his physical presence to listen to their requests, to their prayers, to their problems, to guide them, bless them, initiate them, raise them to higher heights of consciousness, and ultimately gives them a glimpse of the true nature of each and every one of us, which is the state of Paramashivoham, the state of Paramashivatva, where we are in oneness with Paramashiva, as he resides in each and every one of us. So the awakening to that reality and experiencing that reality, that is the main contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And that is why it is so important for the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to happen, for that reality to be glimpsed and to blossom in each and every one of us. So in these pictures, we can see just that. So before moving on to the next years, we'll be taking a short break. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. In a few moments, we'll be going on to the next years of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present. by being ferocious with your son.
So welcome back, each and every one of you, every viewer, wherever you are, whether it is on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other social media platform where this video is reaching out to you. Before moving on to the further years, we have a few more pictures of the year 2009. So again, the Ananda Ratham, which was the huge procession that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went on for months in the South India of Tamil Nadu, bringing the deities and walking with the devotees to reach out to people and to connect with each and every one of them to strengthen their connection. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism walking behind the chariot. Naturally, when you live around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, there's a lot of blissful moments which spontaneously arise. So we can see a picture of just that, how joyful, ecstatic, and blissful these spontaneous moments are. We also have a picture of Nithyanandeshwara, which is the main deity, the presiding deity, the embodiment of Paramashiva himself. And here we can have a closer look of the main Garbha Mandir, the rolling Garbha Mandir. They're offering Aarti, so the special offering of the fire to the deities. And we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again with the devotees and walking towards the next destination.
Yes, so we are now entering the 20th of January 2010, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had Bhagavad Gita Dhyana sessions and the house visits for Pada Puja. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had many satsangs where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the various truths on the Bhagavad Gita and expanded on the sacred secrets that Sri Krishna has embedded in each of the verses of the Bhagavad Gita, and how in our day to day life practically we can use the teachings that Bhagavan Sri Krishna has given, and of course providing the authentic translations for each of the verses that Bhagavan Sri Krishna has given in Sanskrit. So to hear more of the Bhagavad Gita satsangs, all of us can log on to the same day on Nithyanandapedia, the 20th of January 2010, to see about the various truths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded, to read the transcript and also hear the satsang. And also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to continuously grace the devotees and disciples by going for the house visits, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would go to the house of the devotee and accept the Pada Puja. In Hindu Sanatana Dharma, the Pada, the sacred feet of the enlightened master of the Guru, is one of the most auspicious. Doing puja to the sacred feet is one of the most auspicious offerings, worship in Hindu tradition, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to grace hundreds and thousands of devotees by accepting the Pratyakshapada Puja, the worship to the sacred divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and going to their houses personally and accepting the Pada Puja. So here we can see one such instance where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also blessing all the devotees in the house visit. Here we can see a glimpse of the Dhyana Satsang, which is the satsang where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the Bhagavad Gita, the truths of the Bhagavad Gita, and of course the millions of copies of the Jivan Mukti, the Living Enlightenment book, which so many devotees all around the globe love to read even today, the essence of all the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So both the Bhagavad Gita decoded book and even the Living Enlightenment book is available for free download in kailasa.org. So I invite all the viewers watching us live to log on to kailasa.org, and you can see the section which says about the Nithyananda University Press, where you can find all the books which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored and download them for free in either your laptop or computers. And every day read a few lines which enriches your whole day and gives you the powerful cognitions to run your life blissfully and in with the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here with that, let's now move on to the next year. Here we can see a few more pictures of the house visits where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is personally going into each and every devotee's house and gracing them, accepting the Pratikshapada Puja, and giving the boons and blessings.
So entering now into the next year for today's segment, the year of 2011, again on the 20th of January. It was a big breakthrough for the Kailasa's mission. It was the first online NSP program. Many devotees around the world were sitting with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism via teleconferencing. And in return, he was in many halls around the world, including New York, Houston, Seattle, San Jose, Los Angeles, Columbus, Vancouver, Toronto, Singapore, Guadeloupe, Malaysia, and more. The satsang means being in the company of the ultimate truth. Truth has a unique quality. When you are in company of it, it makes you as it is. Truth is a living happening. When you are in the company of the ultimate truth, Sat, it just fills you. You become that. Watching this broadcast, everyone was literally in the company of the ultimate truth, physically, mentally, and verbally. To prove this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted 3 experiments. The first experiment was to teleport Vibhuti, sacred ashes, to the padukas at each of the spiritual embassies across the globe that was connected live during the satsang. The energized deity or paduka is an independent intelligence. It responds to your prayers, emotions, and thoughts independently and immediately. The second experiment which was conducted was to materialize Vibhuti in the hands of people experiencing Kundalini awakening. And the third experiment was to get Vibhuti to materialize in the hands of the non-believers. It is actually not materializing, it is teleporting. Tomorrow, when the Vibhuti is teleporting, he promised to have a glass and test here with the Vibhuti to prove that the Vibhuti reduces where he is and appears at the spiritual embassies around the world. Furthermore, Patanjali explains how, after conquering the pain and pleasures of the body, you are no longer bound by it. In the last sutras, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained the theory of being steady and comfortable. In this discourse, he gave the technique to make the body balanced. If you keep the body balanced, you can go beyond pain and pleasure, and the intense, innate, inside pleasure gets awakened. When you are alive in your muscles, the pleasure created is so strong, so intense that you will go beyond outer pleasures. He guided the audience into the correct posture, then aligned the Nadi centers using Bija mantras, seed mantras. It was an exhilarating way to begin the day. So this day is actually a very unique and important in the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As mentioned, it is the first day that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made himself available in two-way video conferencing across the globe in the various embassies, de facto embassies around the world, in various temples and monasteries around the world. Like mentioned earlier, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism puts tremendous importance in enriching and reaching out to people. And naturally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, having assumed his avataric body in this age, internet is a very important factor in order to revive the Hinduism, to reach out to people, to contribute to their life, to cause their reality. So having the internet as an ally in this process was a huge stepping stone for the nation of Sri Kailasa and the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here we can see in many cities around the world connected live directly with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as a first inauguration, we can say the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started to do power manifestation, teleporting sacred ashes, vibhuti, bhasma, across the world into the various spiritual embassies. And ultimately, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also expanding on the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, where he shares about the importance of going beyond pleasures and pains, and how when you enter into this steadiness and comfortable space, the inner pleasure, the ecstasy experienced in the body is so intense that the pains and pleasures of the outer world no longer have a say into your decision making, into your life, and naturally making and showing, displaying the importance of awakening this inner bliss, this inner ecstasy in our body for us to transcend, we can say, the human experience and experience oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with the divine.
Let us now move into the 20th of January 2012, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principles of Karma Yoga from the 36th verse, 3rd chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita during the everyday live public talk, the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that Arjuna represents the unconsciousness of humanity. He further explained that all this philosophizing, encouraging, inspiring, everything is just till one feels uncomfortable with the lower identity and gets comfortable with one's higher existence. He gave an example of how he uses the power of materialization to create new jewelry, replicating the jewelry designs used on the deity in Madurai Meenakshi temple. The live talk ended with instructions for a powerful Kriya process for curing congenital color vision disorder. On this day, a 6 feet Shivalinga was made out of snow at the Seattle Nithyanandeshwara temple and received blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with many offerings of Pratyakshapada Puja to him at the Biddi Adinam. Uttamottama Seva was offered at Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Devasthanam to Nithyanandeshwara Mahasadashiva Parashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti with various rituals, sevas, enriching activities, and power manifestations, inspiring millions towards the science of Hinduism. So, here we can see the wonderful truths revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the satsang, where Swamiji explained all the philosophizing, encouraging, inspiring, everything is just for us to move into our higher existence and drop our lower identity, and how when we are in the space of complete oneness, how through materialization we can even replicate the jewelry, of course, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Shaktis, which Bhagavan Paramashiva has described in the Vedas and Agamas, how we can put those Shaktis to revive the ancient sciences, and how we can revert back to the ancient traditions and revive those ancient traditions. And also, we can see the various sacred rituals happening in the temples all around the globe, from Seattle all the way till Bangalore Adinam, in all the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Hindu temples, all the rituals happening and the blessings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave.
So entering now into the next year, which is the year of 2013, again on the 20th of January, as part of the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the deepest dimension of the 20th shloka of the Kathopanishad. In this shloka, Yama, the god of death, gives a boon to Nachiketa, a child who has willingly offered his life to save his father's honor. Nachiketa asks to understand the mystery of death. Yama tries to distract him by offering wealth, fame, and everlasting happiness instead, but Nachiketa stands firm. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism uses this as an illustration of sannyas, the way of enlightenment. When no distraction holds any interest for human beings, they have cleared their path to spiritual freedom. So here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism addressing thousands of people during the Nithyananda satsang. You can see in the pictures, people gathering in halls to listen to the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, inviting each and everyone to go to listen to this satsang, as this is a very important revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can go on Nithyanandapedia on this day, type in the 20th January 2013, and the transcript as well as the link to the video will be made available to you. So here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanding on the Katha Upanishad, which is a wonderful Upanishad describing the authenticity, the power of authenticity, Shraddha Vivecha, where Nachiketa is the hero of this Upanishad. He is a child possessed by this authenticity, and this authenticity brings him to the abode of Lord Yama, the god of death, and ultimately he receives three boons from the god of death, and the last one being the science of enlightenment. So like briefly mentioned here, the Nachiketa, the child saint, is asking for the science of enlightenment, and Yama is trying to convince him to ask for anything else but that, and he tries to distract him with other dimensions, lower dimensions of the human existence, such as wealth, fame, happiness, and much more. But Nachiketa is very firm in his resolve of wanting to have the secret of death, the secret of enlightenment, and ultimately Yama, seeing the determination and the unshakableness of Nachiketa, grants him that boon. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism maps this story and this dimension, beautifully expressed through this story, to the life of sannyas. How, when you declare the life of sannyas and the vows of sannyas, how the various distractions of the worldly life, of the normal way for humans to exist, no longer come in between you and your enlightenment. So it is a beautiful depiction of the power and the importance of living or having Shraddha, authenticity in our life. So inviting each and everyone to go listen to this talk, as this is a very, very important revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who always makes the whatever revelation Paramashiva reveals in the Vedas and Agamas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being an avatar of Paramashiva and having the responsibility of mapping these truths in a way that modern day man can relate to them and experience them in their life. So this is surely a very important truth. So again, inviting each and everyone to have a look on Nithyanandapedia for this satsang. So before moving on to the next year, we'll be taking a short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back in a few moments for the further years on this day of the 20th of January. Yes, so welcoming each and everyone back. Just moving on, before moving on to the next year, we have also the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also took delegates who attended the daily satsang of the 20th of January 2013. He took the delegates who were observing the Nirara Samyama, those who started to get involved with this science of going beyond solid food by living with liquids and exactly without solid food. So he took the delegates who were observing this process, which is the process by which we can understand how our body can awaken its own natural intelligence and create food out of natural resources like the sun rays, the air, and meditation processes. So the Supreme Pontiff, that is one of the major contribution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the science of being not being bound by solid food and experiencing the dependence on solid food in order for us to be energetic and be able to do what we need to do in during the day. You can see a few pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing devotees at the end of the satsang, and the crowds gathering to listen to the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Next, we are now moving on to the 20th of January 2014. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a beautiful message in the Inner Awakening program in Haridwar. Carry the space of possibility in our heart. There is a profound difference in living with possibility versus impossibility. When we perform actions with possibility in our hearts, we see beauty, joy, and excitement with what we are doing. It is anti aging. With impossibility, the effort for the same action diminishes, filling us with tiredness, boredom, and anxiety. Let us live with the idea that everything is possible in our daily lives. So, this is a very powerful and beautiful cognition that we can use in the daily life, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expands, where we can move from the space of impossibility to possibility. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guiding the Inner Awakening participants on the process of doing the daily puja, the Guru Puja. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also gave the Kalabhairava Darshan to all the inner awakening participants. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, also as being in the sacred city of Haridwar, one of the most important destinations for, as it is a very sacred place for, as it contains one of the Jyotirlinga of Hinduism and many of the sacred Hindu temples. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting many of the temples and bowing down to all the deities and meeting other spiritual leaders.
So entering into the next year, 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principles of Upanishad during the everyday life Nithyananda satsang. In this talk entitled Upanishads Made User-Friendly for Society, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began with the first mantra of the Ishavasya Upanishad. It says, completion. From completion, even if you think completion has moved out, the completion remains complete. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that all incompletions are imaginary because the whole remains as whole. Completion always remains as completion. He offered his own healing experience after falling off the horse and breaking his arm as an example of how this completion can be practiced, lived, used, digested, and assimilated into one's daily life as a solution to the problems we face. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also expressed his deep gratitude for all the Vedic rishis who rededicated himself to reveal the truths as they are expressed without any adulteration.
The next, on the 20th of January 2016, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principles of grand narrative during the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk entitled Seeking is the Hindu Grand Narrative, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that seeking is the Hindu grand narrative. He thanked and acknowledged Sri Rajiv Malhotra for the term, the concept of Hindu grand narrative, and for the great work that he is doing. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined the grand narrative in terms of every civilization having a collective identity when one's inner image is beautifully aligned. He declared the need for having a Hindu grand narrative as an antidote for the social narrative that society imposes. He further explained that the need for a guru itself is nothing but a need for the grand narrative, and then declared that he would take responsibility of creating a Hindu grand narrative very soon that is all inclusive and undiluted. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism requested that the Sangha and everyone all over the world do Vakyartha Sadhus after reading the article by Rajiv Malhotra, The Hindu Grand Narrative.
So entering now into the year 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their courtyard session, initiated the disciples into the new Shaktis of Paramashiva. The Nityananda Yogam participants, Balasins and Adinavasis, were initiated into three Shaktis, capturing an image into a silicon-based device like a cell phone, laptop, or USB pen drive, charging batteries using the energy from the air, and charging batteries using other sources such as another battery. He reveals that the third eye awakening is not even needed for 2 out of the 3 of these new Shaktis to start manifesting. The only components needed are consciousness, which is available in every human being, Shakti Nipada, the presence of the avatar, and initiation by the avatar. Device that contains silicon based chips immediately. Oh yes, and the requirement for device that contains silicon-based chips. Immediately, several people started to manifest these amazing powers. Anything that can be visualized will be captured digitally.
The next, we have the 20th of January 2020, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the cosmic principle, testing the sweetness, beauty, and quality of Paramashiva is liberation during the Nithyananda satsang. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed a grand narrative for Sri Kailasa, defining the four important principles: ontology, eschatology, epistemology, and axiology. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained how they can be used in presenting Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated all into Vishesha Diksha during the live public address. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also officially launched the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations project with 101 Facebook pages created and announced that Sri Kailasa will also be known as Kailasa. Both names will be used.
Yes. So jumping into the final year for today's segment, the year on 2021, last year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed 5 sutras, which he requested everyone to listen, internalize, and manifest, which have the immediate effect of enlightenment and paramanifestation. He explained that what he is revealing is not just some instruction, but it is an initiation for all those disciples for whom the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the truth. He instructed everyone to decide with clarity and truth that pain and suffering has no existence, and then this decision will expand the brain's ability to reflect the pure cosmos. He went on to explaining that when one's decide to be with the 25 heads and one consciousness, suddenly one will be stress-free and discover that peace within, which is the center of the universe. From this space, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, you will just start manifesting powers and will become Mahakalabhairava without any karma, and all conflicts will become irrelevant in your life. He powerfully declared that this initiation happened for all to manifest this great enlightenment experience and the state, space, powers of Paramashiva. So inviting each and everyone to listen to this satsang going on Nityananda on this day. This is a very powerful initiation, how to make pain and suffering completely irrelevant in our lives. So with this, we are coming to the end of the segment for today. So let us now get ready to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Sit, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, in your third eye and your Anandagandha. Breathe in slowly and deeply. Unclutching from the mental activities and the happenings of the day, or the happenings which are yet to happen in the day. entering into the space of oneness with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the space of pure listening. Let us now get ready to receive his presence, his initiation, his words. Slowly open your eyes and let us experience oneness with Paramashiva, oneness with Swamiji.
நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஓம் ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. அறுபடை சக்தி ஒருமுக நித்தியனின் திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம். நித்யா திருவடியை நாம் காண்போம். நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம். நித்தியன் திருவடி கண்டு நோயற்ற வாழ்வினை பெறுவோம். ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஓம் ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஓம் ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. கேட்டால் தருவாய், வந்தால் அருள்வாய். நித்தியபுரி நித்யா, நித்யா நித்தியபுரி நித்யா. நித்தியன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம். நித்தியன் பாதம் கண்டு சகல செல்வமும் பெறுவோம். ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஓம் ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஆறு படைக்கப்பா, ஓம் ஆறு படைக்கப்பா. நித்தியன் வாழும் நித்தியபுரி மலையே ஆறு படைக்கப்பா.
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவ சமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பரமசிவ சக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்ய பர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the dignitaries, very important, yes, statesmen from the various countries, representatives of the various countries for this grand global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Thaipusam with Sri Kailasa, Uniting Nations for Indigenous traditions and tribes. We are honored to have Mr. Anthony Kiwonka, Department Minister, representative of Liberia. Thank you for being here. We are honored to have you here, Minister Mr. Anthony Kiwonka from Liberia. Honorable Solomon George, member of House of Representatives representing Liberia. Mayor Peter Kezola representing Uganda. Honorable Deng Jesus Mading, Parliament member representing Jangle and chairperson of South Sudan Young Parliamentarian Caucus, South Sudan. I welcome you. We are honored by your presence. Mr. R.N. Hawker, Director of Migration Investments, representative of Turkey. Mr. Philip P. Reklai, Senator and representative of Palau, President of Reklai Associates. Thank you for being here. Haji Sainul Sarafat, President of Anjuman Zunatul Jamaat Association, representative of Trinidad and Tobago. Right Reverend Dr. Joseph, head of the Lutheran Church Malawi. Datuk Dr. Logabalan Mohan, Deputy Minister of Federal Territories representing Malaysia. Mr. Gurpreet Singh, President of Punjab Organization representing Malaysia. And there's a long list of guests who are here. I sincerely thank every one of you for being here. We are honored by your presence. Thank you once again. And I also welcome all the ambassadors, ministers, representatives of Kailasa, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, Lokeshwaras, Astreshwaras. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. We are honored by all of you. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. On this auspicious occasion, celebration, global conclave of an ancient traditional celebration of unity and peace and courage, Taipusam, organized by Kailasa, Uniting Nations for Indigenous Traditions and Tribes. Message from Paramashiva directly is, let us strengthen the grassroots of our conscious lifestyle to live consciously successful life on planet Earth. Please understand. The worst crisis humanity is going through is the largest population ever on the planet Earth feels uprooted. Please understand. Never ever world faced this conscious pandemic. I'm not talking about corona. I'm talking about largest population, more than 70% of the human population feels they are uprooted. They have no roots. Consciously feel their life has no purpose. I tell you, the greatest problem humanity is facing now is not just pandemic, corona, or global warming. All this we can handle too easily if we are consciously strong. If human beings are consciously strong, handling corona, global warming, other problems are too easy. But unfortunately, more than 70% of the humanity, please understand when I am saying these words, 70%, after thorough research, studying the scientific researches, analysis done by multiple universities which are working on various human societies, ethnic cultures. After thoroughly studying all of that, I am making this statement. More than 70% of the humanity feels consciously uprooted. The feeling of belongingness is stolen away. That's one of the fundamental flaw, I should say. The fundamental right to all human beings is feeling conscious belongingness, feeling grounded, feeling fulfilled with their life. Unfortunately, the political ideologies which are extremely exploitative, religious ideologies which are extremist, the militant missionaries and missionary militants, crony capitalism, deadly combination of all these three. Crony capitalism, extremist religious ideologies, and extremely exploitative, oppressive political ideologies and decision makers. The deadly combination of these three has made more than 70% of the human beings consciously uprooted. The biggest problem humanity is facing now is conscious pandemic. Feeling purposeless. the definition of life is not convincing, satisfying. Please understand, 50% of the middle class people are dropping from regular jobs. Regular jobs are not going to be any more normal lifestyle. The new normal is not going to have a regular clerical, industrial, working population. This is one of the major revolution happening all over the world. Nobody is waking up to it. And 20% of the population just want to move away from the grid. Not just from job. They just don't want the human civilization. They are moving into the forests, remote villages. They don't want all the comforts, luxuries the modern day civilization is providing, because they feel it's the too costly exchange. The 20% do not know the solution, but one thing they became very clear, they don't want the modern civilization anymore. Understand? I am not against science, modern civilization. I am not against any of it. But the crony capitalists, extremist religious ideologies like militant missionaries and missionary militants, and absolute oppressive, sadist, autocratic, power-hungry political decision makers, deadly combination of these three is making people lose their roots. I call this as a conscious pandemic, which is more serious problem than global warming or corona, the global pandemic which we are going through. Please understand, this conscious pandemic of feeling uprooted, feeling displaced, is imploding human society from inside. No amount of painkillers, depression medications, psychiatric drugs is going to help these root problems of humanity. No amount of addiction, illegal drugs is going to help the humanity to find solution. All the decision makers all over the world, if you are a decision maker in the political field, religious field, media, or entertainment field, Hollywood, Bollywood, Gollywood, Sandalwood, or social media influencer, if you are influencing the society in any form, I request all of you sincerely, please wake up to this truth We are having conscious pandemic all over the world. The only solution is strengthening our indigenous lifestyle consciously. Let's go back to our way of eating. Each part of the world, country, had their way of diet before this multinational company started dumping food-like products in the name of food into our stomach and make our body as their source for income. Understand, a patient cured is a client lost for big pharmas. They are not going to think for your health. It is very open. It's a business for them. So why will they think? They are not charitable organization. They are not compassion-centric ideology organization. They are declared for-profit companies. Why don't we wake up? The big pharmas are going to only work for their profit. For them, your body is an income source. Why don't we wake up to the simple truth and drop the blind spot with which we are pushing our life and masses, billions of human beings into irreversible physical, mental, psychological, emotional damages we are collectively causing. Please understand. Crony capitalism in the field of pharma, in the field of food, is not only extremely dangerous, it is causing irreversible damage to the human bodies, minds, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. We are leaving the worst kind of body-mind structure for our next generation. Please understand. In multi-level stealing the conscious indigenous life from the people, whether the indigenous Hindu traditions are stolen away, destroyed from the Hindus living in remote villages of Nepal, India, Malaysia, or the indigenous homegrown family lifestyle of worshipping Voodoos, the Voodoo traditions being stolen away, robbed, forcibly taken away from the African indigenous tribes. All these are the crimes against humanity. Please understand, whether a Munishwaran temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Tamil Nadu, or Mariamman temple is getting demolished in a remote village in Malaysia, or the village Hindu tribes getting brainwashed and forcibly getting converted in Nepal, or the indigenous African tribes and traditions is getting wiped off in the name of modernization, and they losing their voodoo traditions and converting losing their conscious roots and being consciously manipulated, bullied, exploited by missionary militants and militant missionaries. All these are causing conscious pandemic for human beings. The deadly combination of these three all over the world is causing chaos. It is time consciously we the people, we the humanity reclaim our indigenous lifestyle traditions consciously. Modernization does not mean getting brainwashed and losing your conscious roots by this deadly combination of crony capitalist autocratic political decision makers extremely misinforming, brainwashing mainstream media and militant missionaries and missionary militant religious political ideologies. Common man follows science, science follows simply obediently the large powerful media and pharma mafia. Even in this global pandemic corona, common man follows science. Common man is controlled by science and science is controlled by big pharmas. Big pharmas have evolved more like a modern day mafia than solution for the problems of humanity. It is time we the people, we the human beings, we the conscious beings wake up and not allow ourselves to get silenced by those powerful forces trying to silence us. We should get back to our conscious roots, our conscious lifestyle, our own conscious introduction about ourselves, the way we deal our body, our mind, our pleasures, our pains, our relationships, the concept of economy, concept of currency, concept of money, concept of social structure. In every level, it is time we get back to our roots consciously, not allow these crony capitalists and crony capitalists supported militant missionaries and missionary militants. Get to our conscious roots. We are made to eat something food-like product in the name of food, plastic food, which makes us not only sick, alters our body and mind once and for all, to be a client for pharmaceutical industry. Big pharma mafias, and we continue to earn, live just to make big pharmas richer and richer and richer. Patient cured is a client lost is their ideology. And common mass, billions of people are just being treated as the clients, not as patients. Non-violence, conscious coexistence need to enter into all our thought currents, the way of living, in our business decisions, social understandings, the way we influence ourselves and the people around us and the world. Please understand, 70% of the world population is imploding. Consciously feel uprooted, displaced. This conscious pandemic really need to be taken very seriously. Efforts to correct the course correction should start now. Kailasa is all about conscious course correction. We are not interested in who committed the crime. We are only interested in waking up the human beings that the crime has been committed on them and move them away from the sufferings and make them consciously grounded again. Feel fulfilled again. Feel this home, planet Earth, the only home we human beings have. We have some more guests joining. Honorable Jose Miguel Benitez, the Mayor of Guatemala Zone, representing Guatemala. Thank you for being here. All over the world, in the name of globalization, our indigenous roots are consciously getting destroyed. It is time we revive the conscious-centric civilization, conscious-centric lifestyle, conscious centric. Life solutions, we human beings need to revisit all the ideas about what is money, what is currency, what is crime, who should be put in prison, who should be rewarded, awarded, what is science. All these definitions need to be revisited consciously. What is human body? What is human mind? What is human being? What is the meaning of health? What is the definition of consciously feeling fulfilled? What is the definition of peace? What is the definition of love? What is the definition of joy? All this need to be redefined, revisited consciously. At least last 200 years, heavy damage is done. I'm not talking just about India or Sri Lanka, Nepal, Malaysia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan. No, I'm talking about the whole world, Africa. The whole suffering human beings going through in Afghanistan is they accepted the ideology which dictates them, brainwashes them to kill people if they have a different opinions. Instead of handling the logic with the logic, when sword is used to cut the head, if there is an idea in somebody's head and you have better idea, try to share your idea. But just because the other person has different idea in his head, just cutting his head is not going to solve the problem. But unfortunately, when you accept those ideologies, once you start killing anyone, once you complete the killing of the people whom you think as ideologically different outsiders, you start killing within yourself, because the habit of killing by then becomes part of your lifestyle. You can't do anything. You don't know anything else other than either you kill or get killed. The militant missionary ideology are causing millions of people getting even physically uprooted, making them refugees. And then missionary militants, conversion, religious conversion, for the sake of political motives, the mass conversion is terrorism. We human beings need to know an individual for the sake of conscious reason changing his ideologies due to conscious evolution is absolutely okay. That's a freedom. But mass conversion with a political ideology heavily funded externally is a terrorism. It's a violence. Just like gun terrorism, gun violence, humanity should wake up and realize conversion terrorism and conversion violence. Gun violence kills only in thousands. Conversion violence kills in millions. We Hindus, who are the victims of militant missionaries and missionary militants, have to wake up to tell the truth to the world. We need to start somewhere. We should make the world understand. Stop this consciously uprooting people. By terrorizing us with the militant missionaries, missionary militants, and the lifestyle, consumeristic lifestyle being forced on us in the name of culture, modernization by the chronic capitalists. When you get addicted to food-like products in the name of food, please wake up. Your body is becoming the source for income for the big pharma mafias. We human beings need to reclaim our conscious-centric, indigenous lifestyles. We should free ourselves from currency-centric, profit-motivated, profit-centric food, medicine lifestyles forced on us. First, human beings should liberate themselves by the profit motive multinational companies, food and medicine lifestyles forced on us. Second, profit motive large mafia teaching us about our mind, the false theories dumped on our mind to make us as a patient and resource for their companies. By teaching the false ideas, concepts in the name of psychology, psychiatry, and in the name of mental health. And the false ideas about the currency being taught to us. False ideas about wealth being taught to us. The false ideas about religion, life being taught to us. Let's free ourselves from all this and consciously get back to our indigenous traditions. Our ancestors who are conscious beings who did not look at us as clients or resource for their income or their slaves are the source for their power. Our ancestors were conscious. My sincere request to all the decision makers, social influencers who are here, let's wake up to this conscious pandemic humanity is going through. Let's start now. Let's do something now. Let's get back to food style, lifestyle, medicines, everything our ancestors gave us consciously. Understand? In that conscious lifestyle, if we need to do some evolution, let us evolve consciously in that very lifestyle and stop discarding that whole conscious lifestyle of our indigenous traditions. Conscious indigenous traditions and the conscious lifestyle is the solution for all the conscious pandemic human beings are going through all over the world. Thank you for being here. Maybe in further satsangs, I'll reveal more and more the solution from conscious enlightened civilization, ancient civilization of the humanity, Hindu tradition. Kailasa is all about reviving the ancient, enlightened, conscious-centric, indigenous traditions. Hinduism is just nothing but the collection of around 10,000 indigenous traditions, indigenous lifestyles. We are not like modern-day organized religions. We are not enforced cookie cutter solutions. We see human beings as conscious beings, not as source for money, not as source for power, not as source for anything. We see human beings as conscious living beings. Non-violence is the foundation of Hinduism and the foundation of Kailasa's constitution. Let's get back to our conscious indigenous traditions, liberate ourselves from this huge conscious pandemic and help the humanity to free themselves from this conscious pandemic. That's all is my request to all the decision makers who are here from various walks of life. Thank you all. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam Paramadvaitam. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explains what is power manifestation. Everything decides as you want. You play in your life. Everything happens as you desire. The desires that you have gets fulfilled. It's a science because millions can experience that, and each one of you can experience that. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The pramanas are the evidences. Just by listening to the pramanas, the cognitive shift that happens in us beyond our mind, the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred. Beyond that, there exists a space of oneness with Paramashiva, the consciousness. Understanding that greater science by just listening to the pramanas. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures as Vedas and Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, even Grahasthas, Emperors, Bhairavas, and Yogis, all of them manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Millions of them were authority of Hinduism, manifesting all the powers authentically, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of our manifestation, Bhagwan's very own Leela to showcase to the world how the cognitive shift can manifest as powers and become a new species on planet Earth. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagwan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagwan's very own Leela to showcase to the world how when you go to the Kailash courtyard, you experience the Garbha Mandir manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us this greater science to understand what happens in our brain. When we start manifesting powers, the thoughtless space happens, and more the prefrontal cortex becomes very active, and through that you experience the higher dimensions, the vertical time zones, and which is responsible for discoveries, invention, the greater realities of how you can manifest abundance, health, healing, bliss, and the ultimate moksha, living enlightenment space itself. Power manifestation is the greatest science that Bhagavan has brought down to planet Earth for each one of us to experience the ultimate as our physical reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana for the power of nature is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness. Bhairava, one who experiences consciousness beyond the mind. Tantra is the method. For the power of nature, the scriptural reference is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 59, Dharana 36.
विनिक्षिपेत् तुल्यं तक्षणात् गत्वा तल्लया तन्मयो भवेत् घटादिभाञ्जने दृष्टिं भित्तिस्त्यक्त्वा विनिक्षिपेत् तुल्यं तक्षणात् गत्वा तल्लया तन्मयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says in the sutra, just fix your sight inside a pot or any other object with a single pointed awareness, dropping the idea of that object having any length, breadth, enclosure, characteristics, forms, shapes, supports at the very moment that yogi, having absorbed into the depth of the object, instantaneously enters into that space of uniting, and the absorption into the complete oneness happens. Bhagavan beautifully says, like the mind has the identity and the consciousness in your inner space. And when you drop the identity, the minute you drop, you get sucked into your inner space, and simply you start experiencing the higher reality. And it is at the very moment when you drop the identities that you carry for each and everything. All the identities are nothing but patterns that we are carrying. All that which is going on in our nervous system, neurons in the brain, where it starts getting activated on different things. If a word, just one word of somebody abuses, immediately we get angry. If the word is something about something very nice and tasty, we immediately want to eat it. Or something lusty, even one word just triggers our hormone. All that is just a word, or just one visualization is enough to trigger us into fear or greed. All that if a word could just do for even the lower frequencies, lower chakras, what you experience, and lower reality, what happens if you're triggered in the higher reality, how it will be sucked into. You know that you will be sucked into fear when you're put in a very traumatic situation. You know how it feels. Same way, Bhagavan says, it is a lower energy itself is so powerful that you feel. How about something which is more powerful than the nuclear force? That is consciousness. If you drop the identity, you become infinitely possible, infinitely available of all the possibilities in front of you that you can simply choose as your reality. All that Bhagavan says is that you already exist in all the possibilities that who you are. All that you need to understand is raise your frequency to that possibilities, that dimension, then you will be able to understand that reality. Right now we understand the 3-dimension. For example, beautifully ant understands only the 2-dimension life. It only knows length and breadth. So if you stack a paper on top of another stack, it will not understand, and it will think it has disappeared. It can understand only a length and breadth. Same way, when we do not understand the fourth dimension, the time or the space, we think that more than 3 dimensions, something disappears. But actually, Bhagavan says it exists in a higher dimension. When you raise your frequency from the lower 3 chakras to your Agnya, you experience the vertical time zone. Beautifully, you experience the higher reality, consciousness, as your reality, the time dimension, the space dimensions, all the higher revelations starts happening in you as the ultimate reality, where the possibility keeps increasing into next possibility. How you can exist on planet Earth without getting disturbed by all the outer world. Rather, you will understand the outer world, whatever you have is just a dream, and raise to the higher consciousness, even manifesting your dream as you want. The greater science gives us the possibility to create our dream as you want, and unclutching more and more from all these outer world, whatever was pulling us into incompletion, fear, greed, incompletion, or cheating, hatred, stuck, whatever we feel, when we let go those identities and understand Paramashiva is more stronger than me, than what I experience as those lower identities. Bhagavan says, don't tell the guru how big your problem is. Tell the problem how big your guru is. Like one elephant in getting into a pond of water, it will splash everywhere. But even 100 elephants, even 1,000 elephants get into the ocean, nothing happens to the ocean. Bhagwan is like an ocean. All we need to do is merge into that ocean. We become so powerful. We do not have to go by all that which is given in the outer world. All the incompletions, we don't have to face that. Beautifully, how King Kuru decides to do that, even as in Mahabharata, he was one of the greatest king, where he lived the greatest virtues of 8 virtues that he followed himself. And because he followed, he wanted to make a difference in the world by giving himself his own body parts, his own cells as seeds to be sown in Kurukshetra. That is why it became a pilgrimage center, that whoever comes there, even as a war, they die, they will be enlightened. That was the king's sacrifice of the great virtues, that simply anybody coming into that place, living or dying, will be attaining the highest reality. All these greatest kings were able to manifest this great reality is only because the deepest surrender. They don't have any identity, and including their body, they are ready to sacrifice. Just like Dadichi, he was ready to give up his own body, and Vishnu Chakra literally cut his right hand, then left hand, his own body, and sprayed as the seed. And Lord's Shiva's bull and the buffalo of Yama came and plowed the land and sowed his own body as the seed, putting in all the virtues, great virtues, and creating a beautiful Kurukshetra as the greatest place for the greatest happening on planet Earth. And this is given in the Satya Parva, chapter 53 in Mahabharata. All this greater science again and again told to us to understand that the identity that we carry as body, including our body, is just a delusion. When we are able to realize this higher reality, we are growing in the vertical time zone beyond what we understand as body and mind and the outer world. Bhagwan beautifully speaks on the ferociousness, how Bhagwan raises each one of us to the higher reality by pouring the love and being ferocious to raising us into the ultimate.
That is the success of guru-disciple relationship. That is the purpose. The fundamental, primary secret, Raja Vidya, Raja Hukyam, royal knowledge and royal secret is to make guru-disciple relationship successful is realizing by state is compassionate, all-encompassing, all-committed and non-demanding. He is more responsible than you. He is more passionate than you. He wants you to realize oneness more than you want to realize oneness. His quantity and qualities of the opened eyes is more than your quantity and quality of the eyes. Yours is two, his is plural. In Sanskrit, two is not plural. In Sanskrit, three, one, two, and then plural. Only in English, one and plural. You are vulnerable to poison or nectar. You are open for nectar or poison. To whom you crib, you eat is. To whom you crib, you eat is. Understand. The second important reason why my relationship with my Guru was successful, when he was demanding, literally opening me up. Understand? The seed need to open for the sprout to happen. When he was demanding, all his demands were illogical because his love was illogical. The way he empowered me was illogical. His acceptance of me was illogical. So his demands were illogical. If you have to become extraordinary, you have to be performing extraordinary. His empowering me was extraordinary, illogical. And his demand to me was illogical.
Let's move to the Shakshi Pramana. Beautifully, Bhagavan said how ferociousness of the Guru raises us to the ultimate, and how he pours his love on each one of us, and he is more present here than all of us, and that makes the seed open. When the water boils to the 100 degrees, at 100 degrees, only it becomes the vapor. Till even at 99, it does not become vapor. Till it boils to the 100, and at 100 something else happens where it triggers the molecular to change and transform and transit into the another state. Same way Bhagavan boils us into the space that dropping all our identities and raising ourselves, understanding that we are not just the matter, materialistic world, but we are energy, quantum, consciousness, frequency is the right way to understand our very being. Raising to the higher frequency, this becomes our reality. Beautifully, Bhagavan helped all the Balasans in the Kailash courtyard, manifesting the power of nature and animals. And he initiated all of us into the greater science. The birds in the Kailash courtyard will be coming only when Bhagavan is there. And even if the grains are there, nobody is there, they will not come and pick it up. Only when Bhagavan comes in, even if there are hundreds of them, they will simply come and pick up the grains. It was such a beautiful space, and Bhagavan beautifully initiates us into the nature and animals, manifesting powers with the nature. Are the disciples
Like, whatever you say, they'll do. By today, tomorrow, the Balasans will be able to manifest this power of programming biomemory and muscle memory of animals and plants. You can play in front of everyone's eyes directly.
Beautifully, Bhagavan initiates all of us, not just the Balasans, into manifesting the power of nature. And here you can see the Pratyaksha Pramana, how they did a scientific study. Dr. Emoto, one of the greatest scientists, he had beautifully taken all the crystal of the water and he froze it and saw under the microscope. He saw that the crystals were formed whenever there was deep, beautiful words like gratitude, honesty, love, and all the beautiful mantras that he chanted. But when there was more and more the cursing or negative words, the crystal simply dissolved and became literally like a dirty liquid. And every word that you utter has a frequency, and it changes your frequency from lower energy to the higher energy. Bhagavan calls our spinal cord as spindala. The spinal is raises, the kundalini raises in our spine, and more the frequency raises to the agnya, the third eye, the heart center, the throat center, and the third eye. Simply the frequency can make you understand the higher realities, the next dimension, the vertical time zone. You start moving up. And how does it happen? When you chant the mantra, when you constantly chant the mantra, your body becomes so pure, and that is clearly seen. Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, he did not take bath for 40 years, and he did not like live in a very beautiful place or anything, and nothing, there was no smell at all next to him. In fact, he was using the local bidi, the local cigarette, but still he did not have any smell next to him. Rather, it used to be only sandalwood smell and other nice smell around him. And many, whoever chanted, there has been recorded many cases where many yogis, where they smell even like a sandalwood when they chant the mantras, even Ramanama or any of the Ishtadevata they chant, their body does not smell. That is one of the greatest signs. It purifies, the mantra purifies your body. The body constantly, the negative thoughts that we have, this is not possible, nobody loves me, I'm not being bothered, I'm stuck, whatever we have, those do not exist, because this world itself, what we perceive, does not exist the way we think. The perception what we have is triggered from the constant our narration from the past. But beyond that, there exists a space of oneness with Paramashiva. When we unclutch from this and understand that everything that exists is consciousness, vibrating in the higher frequency, higher possibility, who you are, when we understand this greater reality, we start manifesting the higher dimension powers in each of us. All it needs is chanting Mahavakya and experiencing the oneness, deep feeling connection with Bhagavan, Bhagavan himself manifesting through each one of us as the reality. The pure space, Bhagavan can manifest all the greater signs. Today we are going to play with some seeds. You can have fenugreek seeds, sesame seeds, or any other seeds that you can bring and put little soil and little water if you can, or just put it in water and take a picture clearly that it does not have any shoot or root coming out or any crack. Take a picture, and after the end of the session, take a picture and you can share it with the world. Bhagavan says, when you mature from inside, you are the new tree and new possibilities that open up. When you are cracked from outside, that is when life gives you root shocks and opens you up, you break down. All that we can do is just unclutch and be in the space of oneness. We are growing more and more in the strength of inner space of our vertical time zone. We can manifest powers and reach the higher consciousness. Beautifully, Bhagavan gives all the possibility for us to manifest these greater powers, especially with the nature. We are, the body is very much the nature, how we exist. So the nature listens to us in a very, very easy way. And right now it can happen. All that we need to do is drop all the identities. How you unclutch going to sleep. Same way you're going to unclutch from all that you know as you. Bhagavan is more present than you in Kailash Courtyard. Simply when you connect to him, he is going to flow through you, manifesting all your desire into reality. All you need to do is drop all the identities that you're carrying. whatever you know as how you go into the deep sleep, you have no words. That's why when you wake up, you say, oh, I slept so nicely, it was blissful. Nobody in the world says, oh, I have to do the sleeping again today also. I want to go vacation from sleep. Nobody says that, because it's the most beautiful space. Now with awareness, we are experiencing the oneness with Paramashiva. With the conscious mind, we are going to get into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Do not sleep, but get into the same state of unclutching everything by chanting the Mahavakya again and again with the deep listening. The more you unclutch from each identity, you get sucked into the conscious space. Even for few seconds, you can experience the ultimate. How you sleep for 8 hours and 2 hours you have a deep sleep. Same way, 20 minutes if you do the chanting, few seconds you can experience the unclutching, and simply you can start manifesting all your reality and abundance. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. All of us in all the social media collectively start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep listening and deep feeling connection with Paramashiva, and surrendering yourself at his lotus feet again and again when the thoughts come. Paramashiva, I know you are manifesting. I am just experiencing that oneness. Hold that space very powerful, not as, oh please, Bhagwan, manifest through me. Do not have any powerless space. Hold the space, Paramashiva. You are manifesting through me. I am enjoying the whole space, whole experience. And I am Paramashiva holding that space, manifesting the powers, and start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with deep listening.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes.
So beautiful. Please open your eyes and you can verify if the seed, any root or shoot you have started to see, there is any crack or you can see something green or the roots are happening. Simply Bhagavan beautifully made all the balasans create such a beautiful rose garden with no thorns. And each of the balasans used to have one rose plant and they used to go and talk to the rose plant, telling the rose plant that you don't have to worry, that I will protect you. And simply the rose plant dropped the thorns. Hundreds of them made this as reality and multiple times they did it. If we keep a rose plant, it dies. But Balasans not only had the rose plant, they took the roses from those rose plant, offered it for the Pada Puja. Beautifully, the rose plant simply dropped because their inner space, they dropped the violence. Anything that we have is because of all this, most of that we are going through is so much of violence on not others but on ourselves. And if you keep a plant, you can see how the plants and really getting destroyed when you start using the words out of anger and incompletion. All that is the only thing that we have to drop, the reaction, obsessive compulsive reactionary space. How do I drop that? It is easy to say, but it doesn't happen. Unclutch from that, unclutch from the thought current itself. There's something other than you. If you understand that everything that exists is you, as Paramashiva, everything is quantum. There is, like, if somebody hits you in your dream, you cannot get angry or upset when you see them. You will laugh at them because you know it is just your dream. You will not be incomplete or anger is not triggered. Same way Bhagavan says, all that perception, the signal which is given to your brain that this world is real, when you understand this is also your dream, Bhagavan says you can just walk out of anger because you will laugh at it even if somebody shouts at you, because you know the higher reality who you are. You're not just this delusion dream, but you are higher dimensions in vertical time zone, in parallel universe. You exist in multiple possibilities, and you're not just a human to get upset with the delusion. You'll raise yourself. It's like you are the owner of the company. You do not get fear or greed of getting fired or feeling jealous because you know you are the ultimate. You understanding that you are consciousness, you are infinite, nothing can be taken away from you. You are absolute. If you wake up to the reality, you will understand nothing you have lost and nothing was taken, nothing can be taken from you. Life has no hypocrisy for you. It is only the beautiful space of oneness. And literally, you as everybody who is manifesting as you. You see your father, mother, brother, sister, friends, everybody is nothing but your own version in their own definitions that you're given. When you see everyone as Paramashiva, suddenly all that merges. If you give this input to your brain that everything, that everybody is Paramashiva, that I'm going to see everyone as Paramashiva, how can that be? It is just your decision how you hold. How you have fear for something and somebody does not have. Same thing, it is your decision to hold the fear. You can hold Paramashiva as your reality, that everybody is your reality is Paramashiva. Simply the violence drops. Simply you'll be in such a oneness with the whole thing. Same way you talk to the seed will start sprouting immediately because it has no fear. It feels such a beautiful incubation space that it will simply sprout just now. Hold that space of powerful space, no powerless, unclutched from anything that you have powerless, and chant the Mahavakya. The frequency itself removes you out of the powerless and raises you again and again to the pure space. With a deep listening, when you chant, it becomes ajapa japa. The more and more it becomes the inner sound of you, you become purified, that you raise into the higher time zones. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya and deep surrender, just getting absorbed into Paramashiva as your ultimate reality. Let's have few more minutes of second cycle of manifesting the power of germinating the seed. You can take a picture again before you start, and at the end of the session you can take another picture. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya with the deep listening.
Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda.
Such a beautiful space. Please open your eyes. Whatever the seed you have seen, the differences, it vibrating and moving, it is germinating, the roots, the shoots, or color difference, whatever, you can take a picture and share the beautiful experience of the powerful cognition, power manifestation in tinyurl.com/power manifestation, or you can go to Kailash Kotyard Manifesting Power page. You can view that and share others' posts also. All these are not social media work, but more and more you enrich others, you experience Paramashiva in everybody. When you are able to see Paramashiva in everyone, you become Paramashiva. The more and more we enrich and cause, the highest reality starts happening. When we manifest powers, we recognize we are Paramashiva. When you enrich and cause, you understand the world is Paramashiva. You become oneness with the world. That is why Bhagavan says it's very important. Extreme manifestation is extreme causing. Again and again, when you share the greater signs of all your powerful cognition, especially from such a beautiful space, just take a couple of minutes and share and thank Bhagavan. Let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all this greater signs every single day, and thanking all of you manifesting the powers of Paramashiva in all the social media. Collective integrity, collective consciousness simply happens with all of your presence. And with the deep earning, Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action, seeing Paramashiva in my reality continuously in everyone, holding that as my powerful cognition, ending the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for being here, manifesting the powers. Next session will be in Zoom at 6 p.m. in Kailash Courtyard. Manifesting powers session will be in Zoom. You can log in through eKailasha. Thank you, Nithyanandam.